Hey there. Hello and welcome to Automat live coding. So this is the stream where we write Automat. Automat is a utility that can automate your desktop. It can replay keyboard macros right now. We have those objects that can do stuff. This is a macro recorder. When I start it and I press some keys, for example left, right, it records the sequence of keystrokes into a timeline that I can then replay. Yep, and the screen moves by itself. We are adding more and more features into this environment. I mean, we have been adding more and more features. Right now we have stopped because it can already be useful. It can recognize hotkeys being pressed while in background. So here I can, for example, connect that when I press F3, it will play back my macro. And I can activate this hotkey like that. And right now we are trying to make it more kind of usable so that it just runs without any kind of difficult setup from the side of the user. Today we will be adding one feature which seems not very important, but I think it actually is. Those are the shadows. So when we drag an object, I would like this object to be on top of other objects and to drop shadow on them. So right now, for example, when I drag this one from the background, it just stays in the background. I want it to be kind of lifted up. So we will have to change that. And the shadows, they will also be a good signal about how this environment works. That, for example, when you click on something, you will see that it's being lifted from the canvas. So visual feedback. Canva, the shadows are going to help with visual feedback for the user. And to do that, we will use a special utility within Skia. SK Shadow Utils. So there was a point in time in the Android history, so Skia is a graphics library used by Android, when they developed something called material design. And the idea with material design is to represent, maybe it has changed since old times, it's material free. The idea there was to create a metaphor of paper and sheets of paper and natural materials that the user kind of manipulates on screen. That was the idea with Android design at the time. And to support this project, Skia developed a bunch of utilities for realistic drawing of shadows. And they are here, we can use them. So this is what we are going to use in Automat. Many of those functions, I have no idea what they are doing, but we'll figure this out today. Also, I have some good news about YouTube situation. So I was doing email exchanges with people who sent me the copyright strikes, and yeah, I think the idea about using the AI generated music, what was the name of that? Something. Suno, that was the name. Yeah, I've generated a bunch of music tracks yesterday, I mean, a bunch of. We have, I think, about 1 hour of music. And they are, because they are kind of, technically speaking by me, because I made them using this AI-generated tool, I have the copyright to share them, and they are released into public domain, then can be downloaded from automat.org/automat/music. So here we have a bunch of music tracks, and I think that this list of music tracks is going to grow. I think we can spend some time on some streams and play with adding more and more music tracks. So, if there is anything you like that you hear, you can just fetch them from this directory. We will be listening to those tracks in a loop, so they are quite likely to get memorable. It's not that, I don't think a music track is catchy by itself. It becomes memorable after you listen to it, hundreds of times. So we now have truly copyright-free music, public domain, and we also control the type of the music, because we can prompt Suno however we want. Yeah, and the people who have been sending the copyright strikes, you can tell that they really don't know what they are doing. They are just sending random messages. So first I wrote to the company which sent me the copyright strike, and they told me that actually they are just intermediary. Somebody else asked them to send a copyright strike and they send it for them. So they directed me to the original kind of copyright owner, who is just a random company in Germany who randomly strikes Creative Commons music online. And it's funny, the guy sent me a message, and basically his advice was, hey, buy this service from us for, I don't know, probably paid. Yeah, if I pay, $10 a month, they will retract the copyright strikes. And also he kind of noted the message comes from, it's clearly a copied message from some another kind of employee of that company. Yeah. And the guy who didn't even look at the videos, right? Because I have the name of the track and name of the author in the bottom left. He then responds, hey, but take a look at this screenshot. And he doesn't even attach the screenshot. And again, he's using a different signature of some other person, like BR. BR is, I don't know who's that. But this dude doesn't even know how to sign his emails. So this is kind of so those are the copyright trolls that we are dealing with. It's even hard to say whether this is malicious or whether this is just incompetence. Okay. those copyright strikes, they are past. They have timeout. So I think I will be able to continue keeping the videos on YouTube soon. I will also keep an archive on automat.org, so if you want to watch them ad-free in highest quality or download them offline, yeah, it's still there. Okay, shadows. One thing that we have to do with the shadows is that we have to reorder the objects. When we drag one object, we have to pull it in front of the others. I think we'll have to change the way that our drag actions work. So I have this tiny hierarchy of actions here. Drag object action, drag blah blah blah. I think that so I am considering deleting this object and merging drag action base with drag location action. Is the drag action base used anywhere else? It's not. I think the only place where we use drag object action is actually when we create a new object from the toolbar. You know what? Screw that. Let's just do it. Let's just remove it. Locations. I think locations are such a key component of Automat that it's hard for me to even... I think as we do stuff here, like the locations, for example, hold all of the animation state related to the object. So because we don't have a location here, we have to keep the same state here, so, object animation state. And we also have to store scale and position, which are the same properties that we also have in location. So I think I will get rid of this. Goodbye, drag object action. There is also this issue that drag location action it actually references a location stored externally. So the only way we could make it work, okay, so let's do that. So we would like to get the root machine. As the prototype. As a const reference, I guess. And in response, we get a reference to location. And with this location, we should be able to construct pointer. Okay. Simulation state I will store here. I have no idea if I'm setting the right properties. So we had two objects, like two types of actions. The reason for that was that I was thinking, and I still am thinking about locations as something like variables, like variable names. So for a variable name, you can, when you have a variable, you can swap out the object which it is referencing. So if we had, for example, an object like that, I imagine we could have like another timeline stored in another location, and the user would be able to, for example, take this timeline and drop it in the trash, but without deleting the location. So the location would still be here, and the user would be able to drop another object into this location. So the location would maintain the connectivity, position and connectivity, and some types of programs that are processing data could actually use that to move objects to different location. In this location, the object would be modified some way and passed on. And that was one thing. There was also another idea that a machine like this one, could have multiple instances. And in each of those instances, we wouldn't store the whole machine. We would store like just one machine, but that machine would have like several instances. It would be something like a blueprint. I don't think we will be doing that anytime soon. I don't think that this is really bringing much value to Automat. The ability to have functions. Anyway, let's see if we can. Oops. Okay. It seems we are able to grab those objects. And they seem to be zooming from the right position on screen. Nice. Okay, this is just stupid how easy it was. Deleting the drag object action. What next? I think it makes sense to merge drag action base and drag location. One way to do it is to just copy all of the properties into the other object. We still want to inherit, we just want to inherit action. I will sort them in a moment. We need a destructor. Let's see this one. That was a virtual method. Drag and it was another like abstract. So we can just replace them. There is no implementation. Okay, and that was also abstract method. It was a good track just now that suddenly ended. I guess we'll have to fix that. That should just work. It's amazing how much complication we had in this code that was bringing absolutely no value. It's half the size already. Yeah, it looks like things are still working. We have a bunch of those abstract functions like snap update. I think if they are called from just one place, then we can just inline them and get rid of them. Yeah, Automat still, I guess, should work. A bunch of useless functions that we can delete.
Top says,
Well done, I am watching.
Hi, Topen. Hey, I'm just checking if I can grab stuff from the toolbar. I guess we should also check grid snapping. So when I move the object, it should be perfectly aligned with grid points. There are grid points here. They are very subtle, but they are here. On the bottom as well. So each of the objects is designed so that it aligns with the millimeter grid here. Just so they can be placed like elegantly. For example, when I place one of them on top of each other, we have a straight line here. Okay, things seem to be working. Let's continue deleting code. this is a nice utility function. I will keep it, but I will keep it as a static function, like this one. Static functions are way better because the compiler can get rid of them. We also have this find drop target, which maybe we could also get rid of. Hey, this object kind of looks decent now. Find drop target. Yeah. Another one that could be static. So much code deleted. So nice. Okay. That was nice. Now the difficult part. So when we drag a location, I would like to, rather than dragging a location using a pointer, I would like to take ownership of this location. I would like to, so you can see this in drag end. Function called drop location. we didn't really implement it yet. I'm afraid we will have to mess with transforms again today. It's not good. Oh yeah, this is maybe what we need. Extract. So the change is fairly simple. Instead of pointer, we will have unique PTR here. So when we create a drag location action, we will pass a value reference to unique pointer location. I have no idea. So this is okay. So this is roughly how it should work, but I don't know. So I can call this extract function. Okay. So really I could create my own location. It's really... okay, this is really silly. I'm not doing anything worthwhile here. A location needs a parent, but this one is going to have one. This is so annoying. So I am passing the ownership into this drag action. What's the contact point? And because of that, I shouldn't use this pointer afterwards. Let's see. Interesting. Let's find the constructor here. The constructor should really reparent this location. Can we do that? No, we cannot. Empty. It's going to be empty. We don't need to specify anything. this will probably crash. I mean, not crash, but we just broke the radar. Oh, and we haven't finished. We also have to change the drop location so that it takes their value reference. And there's one more thing. Machine object has a here pointer. Okay. When we do nothing here, the location will be automatically deleted. Just have to change the signature here. So now we will have weird things. Okay, it doesn't even compile. That's good. That's good. Very weird to me because object should handle dragging. I don't think we need any button action here. This is the only place, I mean one of two places that we'll really have to update. We'll have to put some checks here. Okay, that should work. Next issue is in here. This code is dead. Let's remove it. Instead of doing that, we could also do this. Why re-implement stuff if the base class already knows how to do this? the same. It compiled. Okay. This is what I was afraid of. So what's happening is that when we click an object, we're actually removing it from the machine, and the machine is the object which is drawing everything. So the location of this object is being moved into the pointer, and when I release the pointer, it's being added back wherever it was. The solution to that actually will be nice. So what we want to do is we want to just draw this location. Let's keep it here. Let's close as much as we can of this code because apparently it's working. So every action can be drawn. An action has a way to draw itself, this widget. And what we will do is we will just return location.get. What's the issue? Okay, we have to move this into another file. And then it will work. Out when I pick it up. So it's drawn at the wrong position, but it is being drawn. It doesn't disappear. And when I grab a new object from here, it is drawn right here. Can probably drop stuff in the trash even. So things are working, we just cannot see it. This is what we have to do. Let's inherit from widget, which should not compile, because I think widgets need to have more functions defined. Draw, shape. Yeah, those two. Actually, I think that could be the default implementation. So maybe not in that or that, just this shape. Which will just return empty escape path. Now we will not see anything. When I drop stuff, it will appear in the correct position. Next thing is this visit children function. Can I do that? No, this is a temporary object. I think if we move this into a separate file, it should work. So cool. Okay, now it is being drawn at the wrong position, of course. The next step is to set the transform in the same way as we do here. I'm thinking of a different way to do this, like traversing the widget hierarchy. It feels... It doesn't feel right now. It should be way cheaper. Okay, if this is going to work correctly straight away, I'm going to be very shocked. I'm very shocked. How? See, and there is reordering. When I drop object, it goes behind others. We'll fix that. When I grab it, it moves in front. And somehow... Okay, and what about connections? Yeah, so unfortunately we don't have the radar. This is a problem. Radar is gone. And for some reason the parrot goes to sleep when I drag it. So we are not doing everything correctly, but we will in a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so we have two things to fix. Thing number one is radar. Thing number two is ice of the regarding the ice, I think could just override that and return true, and that should fix it. Because in the shape we are returning empty shape. So I think if we do that, then it may fix the pointer event propagation. It does fix it. Cool. And that turned out to be easier than expected. So yeah, now we had a crash. I think this crash was caused by be right back again. I just opened Twitch and noticed some ads in my chat. Some rewards enabled on channel? What's that? Okay, I can disable that. Yes. Anyway, there was this crash. I think this crash was caused by connection widgets. Connection widgets are those are the connections. So when I pick an object, very weird.
Vioton and Meo says,
I have no idea. Check this out, we can actually cause some issues. Oh, this is because that object hey. Why are we moving? Because I activated it. I see. What do we fix first? Maybe the radar. I have an idea how to fix radar. We have these pre-draw children. How do we actually draw the radar? Oh yeah, this is being drawn by the connection widgets. So this is here. So here is where we draw the background, and then pre-draw children. This is where we draw the radar. Pre-draw. And the crash. So to me this is surprising that we don't see the radar, because the connection widget, when we pick up a location, maybe it is deleted. Ah. Maybe when I extract or something, yeah, I remove the connection widget for the relevant object. To me this is problematic because the way I was thinking about machines is that they would form a tree maybe you can switch to the desk cam. We will have a root machine which has like a bunch of scattered objects. They are connected in funny ways. And that machine kind of holds the references to those objects. The machine is what keeps them alive. And that some of those objects, internally, they would be another machines. So they would have different objects inside. So that was the plan. And on screen, machines could be either represented as in this very simplified form. So because the machine can be very complex inside, you will have facilities to draw something easier, to just draw a representation of the machine. So this is what will be shown if you have a machine inside another machine. But when you open the hood, when you look inside, this is when you will see everything. And when I edit, okay, so let's think about this. When we edit a machine, we have all of those objects displayed on screen. So this star machine could be displayed like that. If, I don't know, X, heart, infinity, those different objects kind of connected. And we will have the other machine which displays those other objects. So we will have our star machine, circle, triangle, and they would have some connections. Now, when I drag an object here, I'm kind of removing it from the machine. So this is suddenly removed from the machine. If it's removed from the machine, then those connections would disappear, because the machine is what's responsible for drawing those connections right now. And we already see this issue when we pick up objects. Do we draw connections? Because objects can be connected across machines, apparently. I think this is an interesting problem to think about. There is... So we have those segfaults right now, I think they will go away if we fix GUI connection widgets. This is what's causing the issue. If I run debug build, debug this, I think we will see that this is what's causing the problem. Okay. Okay, we need to clear the, like, check if the W is null and continue. And that was a different issue. Okay, different problem. And again, we have an empty element in the path. I think if we have an empty element in the path, which, how could that happen in the button down action? Pressing, releasing. When I was pressing the button down. And I suppose the issue is the same. We have the pointer here, which has an empty element in the path. Okay, I think I know. The issue is that it's another bug that we also wanted to fix. It's that if I don't move the pointer, the path is never updated. And this is fixable. I will remove the check from here, because the issue is like much simpler. And this is what we want to do. Alt path. Maybe I will keep this as a reference. Now we should be good. What's weird to me is that those connections here, they are coming back when I release the object. I don't think they should. So when I click it, I call the extract function, which should remove all of those connection widgets. At least the crashes are gone. And I think, by the way, we fixed some other issues. Maybe I can mark them in the roadmap. This. Just remove it. Let's go back to our shadows. So we have our machines. I could draw the hierarchy here. There is the window object. Which contains this root machine. Okay, so I think when we will be dragging objects around, or we could open a window showing this other machine, it will be drawn somewhere here. I have those, this triangle, circle, and this star is going to change into a window into the other machine. For instance, let's say that this connection is actually connected here. When I open this graph, I can actually draw them like that. When I pick up one of those locations, it it stops being a part of this machine. It is being reparented. So in this tree, this will have window. On top. Which then has root machine and then has some derived kind of widgets and other machines. And next to the root machine, actually above it, we will have the pointer. CD code. How do I do this currently? Check this out. We have this root location even. I'm not entirely sure if we need it, but so locations kind of like vehicles for objects. We can store objects in them. They can like move around the screen and they can park inside machines. But when they hold connections, and location is the one responsible for storing connections, don't worry about that. It's not very efficient, but it just has to work. Store them in those maps. You can also try to take a look at this from the threading perspective. And from this perspective, we would like to define pieces of data that are closely coupled and that should be modified atomically, because modifying just one is will likely lead to errors. Are there any such things in Automat? I was thinking that, for example, the positions of objects are one such thing, because there is like a list of objects, and when we move them around on screen, it will require very granular locking. I mean, okay, that's maybe good, because we can lock just one object, move it around, and that's it. But when you want to actually search some area, you have to go through the list of all objects, lock every one of them, check its position, you know, to do a simple query of what's visible on screen. So there needs to be an object that Nose. Nose other objects are like in 2D. Give me a minute. And I think that similar thing may apply to connections. So, this thing is often called spatial index. Do you know? Maybe you actually don't need that. That could definitely accelerate some operations. But I don't think like normal automat operation is going to require that. I think this could be optional. Let's go to the next point, which is connections. The one that is causing the problem right now. Because the connections, for example, when you pick something up, it seems to me that they shouldn't really be part of any object. But also, the connections are kind of symmetric, and they are so they don't fit in the tree-based rendering volume. So instead of making them a child of anything, I think we should just accept that they are kind of randomly scattered on screen and we could just draw them after we draw all of the objects. Or before. So in terms of compositing connections with other stuff, compositing shouldn't be an issue because we could just reorder, like the composition we can do separately from everything else. We could have Z buffers. Yeah, we can actually make this a proper, like, proper 3D. So what about the connection object? It's very lightweight right now. We know how to create and destroy it. And we say that it is owned by both locations.
Shanmuga Nathan says,
I actually am not much of a techie guy.
Hi Shanmuga.
But kudos to you, mate.
Sure. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on the design. So the small thing that I thought would be simpler turns out it requires some rethinking of how we structure everything. I will fix one small thing that I guess we can make work just right away. When we drop the object, we'll just put it on top, so that it doesn't fall below other objects. Should be the opposite of what we have right now. This, instead of pushback.
What is this Minecraft kind of thing, lol?
I can show you in a moment. I just broke the build, so C++ vector insert. What's the signature? Iterator first. So this is an automation app. It can record keystrokes, and when I play it back, it will press A and D, which moves the screen. And if I play it back, I'm using a different keyboard layout. If I play it back and switch here, it will actually press those two keys. This is not A and D because of my keyboard layout. And we have some bugs. But we have a bunch of objects that can work together. So you have this macro recorder, and if I put it somewhere else, I can record into a different timeline. It kind of reconnects, except I cannot really show anything.
I get it now, mate.
And we have some objects, so there is like an object that waits some amount of time when started.
So you'll have to carve up a logic and then work on it.
So this is weird, for example, when I pick it up. We can keep this as a example. The connection disappears because the connections are right now being drawn by the root machine, this white canvas. It draws them on top of the objects, which is fine, but when the object disappears, so do the connections.
And I do have a suggestion.
Go on. I definitely like healing suggestions.
Lower your music so that your explanation can be heard.
Ah, interesting. I thought... Yeah, the issue was with my microphone. It was... Yeah, it was quite quiet. Okay, thanks. And that I can delete. Actually, let's delete everything.
And your voice kinda feels bassy.
I don't know what to do about this. I've kind of cranked the bass as slow as I can in OBS. So this is our only object. This is the delay object. At these coordinates, and it's connected to itself. Yes, we can iterate on that. So here is what I'm thinking we will do. We will take those connection widgets and remove them from here completely. They will be instead part of the window. So we have to hold them somewhere. And I think window is a decent location to hold widgets. Yeah, because there is always one window and the window can span however many locations we want. I think I will close the window.
I have issue with my network connection every time I try to connect to my home wireless network. It says it can't and I'm using a Windows 10 OS.
Yeah, this is not tech support, so...
Any remedies on mail?
I would switch away from Windows. On Linux at least you get good output when something breaks. When something breaks I can just call dmask, and usually the problem is here. Like, for example, when Automat was crashing a couple minutes ago, I was getting like messages about crashes. I think it would be also nice to go through the widget API, specifically the way we traverse children. This is just awful right now. I think we are scanning this hierarchy multiple times each frame, so pre-computing children positions and putting the children in a sequential array may actually be very good for simplicity of this code. Anyway, this could actually be very nice, the stuff that we are doing right now, because we have those two layers that we are drawing. If we put connections on top of regular objects, then in pre-draw we can draw the radar still normally, and in draw children we'll be able to draw the connection, the pipes and cables.
Do you work all day? If so, is this a professional work, or you're just doing this for passion?
Hobby. It's kind of fun.
Do you work all day? If so, is this a professional work, or you're just doing this for passion?
This is a hobby project. Okay, so our goal right now is to make it so that when I drag an object, the connection should not disappear. This is going to be a major surgery. Connection widgets. Basically, okay, there are just 8 places where we use them. Okay, this is not a lot. Okay. I'll be right back.
And you're from?
You're asking where I'm from. I'm from Poland. And I'm also streaming from Poland. I think it will be safe to submit the existing code because... What's that? I should go and look for typos. Because this code kind of works. I don't want to lose it. Roughly. Works. Yeah, those functions, I really don't like that I have to write them. They are so weird. This is not how all of this should work. We don't stuck here.
A game that plays other games? I don't get it.
You will see. So it can play through the first level of Mario, but we don't have any achievements. It doesn't integrate with other games very well yet. But there is this thing called life split. And it has those things called auto splitters. So auto splitters are programs that can detect certain events from in other games. And this is what we will use to, for example, detect your, I don't know, whether you finish the game, kind of. Like the most basic thing that auto splitter does is it can immediately recognize when you finished the game. And it has scripts for many games. Yeah, see, this is massive. This is the list of games which are supported. So the plan is Automat is going to use the auto splitter definitions to hook up into whatever game you are playing, and if you can finish the game with Automat running, it will give you achievements for that. So it will have like achievements for starting Octopath Traveler and finishing the game with just automation. That's the plan. Is it on the roadmap? I will make sure that it's on the roadmap. This point on the list. This is such a small change, but also such a big one. I guess we have plenty of draw implementations. Let me quickly go through them. See, machine draw will just cause draw children. This can be removed. Line center. I have no idea what's that. Apparently I can just remove it.
I feel kinda silly to ask this, but do you play games in your free time? If so, which ones?
Yeah. It changes, you know. I haven't. Okay, I know some people who keep playing the same games, but so recently I've been playing Rogue Trader. It's an RPG, and it's a very solid RPG. It's not the same level as Baldur's Gate 3. So most of the games from Warhammer universe, my problem with them is that they only show you a very narrow vertical slice of the whole universe. For example, you always play as a Space Marine, very common. Or you always fight, I don't know, Skaven or some like specific enemy type. They only show you, you know, a fraction of this thing because the Warhammer universe is massive. It's nobody kind of even knows the full Warhammer universe. There are just so many books which all go in a different direction. They are like mutually, they don't even agree with each other about how the universe looks. But this game actually tries to show you like a major fraction of the universe. So you can have many different for example, fractions working for you. You can have people from Mechanical School, Sororitas, you can have Space Marines, Astra Militarum, you yourself as are a rogue trader, you can travel through a sector of a galaxy in your spaceship, you can have space battles, you can conquer colonies, you can manage those colonies. This is like a super deep game, and I'm really looking forward to the DLC they are going to release soon.
What tech PC do you stream on?
Yeah. I think I could actually put this in the Twitch description. Let me do that.
I meant spec lone drive.
Yeah, I know. So the thing is, okay. Come on. This is what I want to see. So here I have those panels, and I think I will add one more panel. So main PC is Linux. With motherboard is this. CPU. Oh yeah, and the big one, GPU. And I have a streaming PC. This is Windows, I think 10. GPU. Something like that. Gigabyte 1080. I don't know. What's the submodel of this? I think this is my CPU. Capture cards.
Literally I'm taking notes, lol.
This is really like scrap stuff. That was my old PC that was just repurposed. Streaming PC actually doesn't have to be strong at all. It doesn't even need like a proper GPU because it's working like 100% on streaming. Like usually, like even if I took this GPU out, it would still stream fine just using like CPU encoding. So this is more like, rather than selling the card, I just slotted it in there. And yeah, that's that. What else do we have? KVM software. Windows PC is ThinkPad X1 Nano. I don't know which generation. There are so many generations here. Let's see, generation 2. I think Gen 2. and camera. Okay, there is one more in addition to Elgato. Maybe just cheap.
I use my laptop just for gaming lol, no other purposes, as I don't have any hidden talent as they are hidden from myself.
There's no such thing as hidden talent. I have never heard of anyone trying programming. Like, who would try programming and would do straight away how to do everything?
I used Dell Alienware laptop as I didn't know how to build one. I've always wanted to build a PC.
Yeah, it's fun and it's easier than it seems. You just get components, put them together. Not quite like Lego. And yeah, so the hardest part about assembling PC is what happens when you have too small case or like not enough space to route cables. This is when problems start. Otherwise, it's plug and play mostly. Although, you know, specifics could be... there is also this risk of getting incompatible components, so that could also be something to factor in. Maybe it's good to ask somebody from the shop whether those components will work together.
IDK. Which one suits which one, I mean. Processor and GPU and all other things.
Yes. So this is like a really nice website I found some time ago when I was selecting the CPU. You select the socket type of the motherboard and it shows you like the benchmarks of the CPUs that fit in this socket. So you can just specify whatever socket you have. I used to have, I think, this one. Yes. And I initially bought, like, which one I had initially? CPU. I think it was i3 something, so one of those. And 7 years later, I swapped to, because 7 years later people were selling, you know, all of their hardware to like the top one, which is $100 right now. Apparently they have even faster CPUs. Yep, that pretty much sums it up. I'll add an image. Too large.
In from India, B to Demir Dawal.
Nice. Like the other side of the globe. This is a very weird picture, but I think this is most streaming-like. Cool. Yeah, I've added this in the panel because I've spent so much time kind of repeating like what the streaming setup is. It's gonna be faster that way. Okay. I think we can submit this. So what we have done is
When you're coding, I shouldn't make chats right.
No, you can make chat. You can chat, I mean. It's totally fine. That part. I want to get rid of this. How does it work? Actually, the weird thing about this is that those are not really connection widgets. Those are more like argument widgets, because they are related to arguments. The arguments are what creates them. So they could actually be parented.
Why not try Munga Slow?
I did play it a long time ago. To be honest, I'm surprised that the game is still popular. I thought it was like just a temporary thing.
I think he am. A bit outdated. Ha ha ha.
So option A is window, because transform
Just found out that Tan was the imposter. Ha ha ha.
was the impostor? What? And do they have names? The Among Uses?
Nick says,
AJ to rubbish Zinudov. 10 program.
This is a hobby project. It's definitely not from boredom. If I I have plenty of plenty of things to do.
Shanmuga Nathan says,
His name is Vankrinkly Lowell. Damn, is that Polandish language.
It's actually not that far from scratch. What we're doing. This is another visual programming system. And this is how it looks, I mean, once it starts up. Or what? What's that? Root machine? Ah. Yeah, I know the issue. It's because each object draws itself here.
Shit. Red killed me.
Okay, so this is, if you know the Incredible Machines game, it's kind of similar. You have a list of objects that you can put on the canvas and connect them together. For example, this is a hotkey object. It's going to react to hotkey. Now when I press F3, it's going to do something. So it could, for example, click the mouse. And then I can, I don't know, wait 10 seconds and release the mouse. Maybe 10 seconds is kind of longish. 200 milliseconds. Will be enough. So it's a like environment for automating stuff. And it's similar to Scratch in a sense that you have like a list of objects that can be connected with each other. It's rendered differently. I mean, there are some bugs in rendering right now. And it's actually meant to do useful stuff. In Scratch is mostly meant for like teaching, I think, programming. Should probably fix the mouse objects. Anyway. Yeah, I've been writing this from September last year, so soon it will be a whole year. The goal is actually to hook into other games so that when you play another game, and you can like write macros here, so that this should be able to play other games, to actually like hook into the memory of other games, and when you actually are able to win a game using a macro implemented in this, you get an achievement. So it's a game, and the point of this game is to win other games, like to finish other games. So it's kind of like a meta game. I think the plan of putting all of those arguments at the window level is actually the better one. This is what we'll do. What I am going to do is just yoink, take this out, and put it in here. This is a weird function, it is being called only in one place. Anyway, I will take it away from here and put it in the window.cc. Before visit children. We can remove that and that. We have to handle the deletion of those things. So, the way we store connection widgets is that we have just a list of pointers to those objects. Cool. So when a location is being destroyed, there should be a distractor. Yes, there is here. And this is where we should destroy the widgets as well. So looking at all of those actions, it probably would make sense to have some kind of event handler here. So that when a location is destroyed, we'll just call a bunch of handlers. Maybe eventually, when I refactor this. I will just grab the root window instance. Are you talking to me? So if you're asking me if I'm free right now, no, right now I'm not free. Okay, this is it's not super pretty the way we delete the references to locations. Okay, this is very weird. Like, was it enough? We don't have any errors? Okay, we do. See you around. Cool. It's nice to hear. What the hell is this? Is this location even used anywhere? It's not. Okay, I don't know what this code is doing, but it has absolutely no effect. Oh, sorry, actually it had. Here is where we use this location. I don't know why it wasn't highlighted. So. So generally speaking, we are trying to get the current location. Now that we have the current location, we have this check. Just we are trying to get the root machine. We don't need it anymore because we moved the connection widgets outside. Instead we have window connection widgets. And instead of go to outside, we can do simple break. Nice, we're getting closer. I think this could actually work. Linking. We are no longer doing that. Nice, isn't it? So the connection somehow starts at the proper coordinates, but the end is kind of moving around. Okay, but when I move, for example, this object, which is, you may not see it, but it's actually connected to the timer. See, it flips when I kind of start the timer. When I move it into the trash, it actually properly scales the connector. So at least that part seems to be working. And moving the window shakes the connections. And how about moving the object? Okay, it also moves the connections around. Yeah, because really the transform should be slightly different, I guess. Or maybe, yeah, maybe we have just a bug in the way we compute the transform. Yeah, but I can pick an object and the connection does not disappear. This is very good. Move them here. Maybe zoom a bit. Okay, and let's put this window here. I think we should go to GUI collection widget. Redraw. Oh yeah, I wonder if we have that thing. Okay, it actually draws the radar now. When I put a timeline, and like even this path here, it was actually drawn correctly. Actually, it's pretty decent. Just some tiny bugs that we'll have to fix. Oh yeah, this pre-draw actually is a good example. Okay, here is how we find the nearby candidates, and we are drawing the paths towards them. But we are doing this correctly, so we don't need to investigate that. We can use this as a reference though, because here we are messing stuff up. Oh yeah, mashing chords. This should not be a thing. We don't want to have mashing chords at all. Or maybe we do. Makes me wonder because yeah, when I move the window, this whole thing shakes. But I'm just moving the camera, so there should be no kind of wiggling of the connections. Okay. Returns the position in parent machine's coordinates. Anyway, let's say this is correct. This is actually giving us machine coordinates. Okay, we are just passing it as is into simulate physics. Okay. How about those 2 points? This is what has the issues. You know what? Let me take a look at Windows CC. Here we should have transform to from. Oops. Okay, so all of the other objects are getting this transform here. I see. So this is why the start position is correct. Also, when we have the manual position, this part, it seems to be doing well. I can grab this, and as long as I hold it, it looks fine. When I drop it, this is when it stops badly. So this code should be wrong. That path that we have here is definitely incorrect. So target object, this is the target location, 2. I think we should actually convert this. Yeah, I need to reconstruct this path. The path in the widget tree. I cannot just assume it's this parent machine, because the connections can go across machines. Yeah. So the thing is, this target location, it is a child of something. That could either be parent machine or window. And for newly created objects, it's null, because apparently I'm not setting this to anything. Some examples. For instance, if we're in this situation where objects are just connected to one another, target path should look like so. The full path will be window, machine, location, then to object, I will keep it as it was. Okay, we are not setting the parent right now. So right now the path is just to location. So the last element we don't really care about. Actually, no, the path is not like that. Because here we have a widget. This is the parent. This is not parent in the sense that parent location, it's a parent widget. And the root parent is the window. We have two completely separate trees that I am mixing up. We have a tree of locations, and we have tree of widgets. Tree of locations is actually persistent. And this one is ephemeral. We have to reconstruct these tree of widgets here. Somehow. And we have to do this properly because connections, like in this model that I was talking about earlier, if we have two completely separate machines, with objects connecting one object from one machine to another object in another machine, then we need to use the correct parent machine here. It's not always going to be the root machine. looking at the way that this function is implemented, we can actually pass a wrong child and it still will work. It will probably still work correctly actually. Okay, this is weird. Why do we transform? Okay, this is 2-shape. We are just interested in those points. What I will do, I will delete some of those objects. I will connect this in a loop so that it's connected to itself. So just so that we have a minimal example. And then we will debug this. This is very interesting. Point after transform stays the same. I think this parent machine may actually not be the parent machine. Yeah, absolutely not. It's not being drawn by the machine. Now this is the window. Aha. Yep. How is all of this working even? Yeah, the issue with object-orientedness is that sometimes it's so nice that when you have bugs, you don't see them because the objects just kind of know how to work with each other. Now I can have an object with a connection and yeah, somehow the transforms seem to be working. Let's check the hard one. We are not getting the... So when I drag macro recorder, for instance, I am getting, for example, the connection, but when I pick the timeline, I am not. And also there is this path here, which is like the hint that that a connection is about to be created. And it's also being drawn only when I drag the macro recorder, but not when I drag this. I will close this. I will remove all of those logs. And here I will leave to do for the sucker in the future who's going to fix that. It is going to be me. I will leave this comment here. It's suboptimal, but it works. Okay, the other things we wanted to fix is that when we drag an object, for example the timeline, we want the macro recorder to be aware of that. So here, even if I drag a timeline and that timeline is not part of the machine right now, it's kind of on, like on top of everything. That macro recorder should be aware that it exists. Yeah, this is funny. It's like on the edge of being connected. Like almost. At this point, this is just floating point accuracy, what's preventing the connection. So here, this is the nearby candidates that we are interested in. Those nearby candidates should probably include whatever we are dragging on the mouse, like on the pointer I mean. And not only that, maybe also stuff from other machines. But probably the baseline would be to just check the pointer. This function which checks nearby objects, I think at least when the connection is being established, we should actually record it. We shouldn't recompute the search like all the time. This is very bad. Not very, very bad, just a little bit bad. Let's see. Maybe here we will check the window. We have multiple pointers. I will just call this callback. Location.get. And a list of points. Can it be empty? Yeah, it cannot. When I look at this, I'm slowly thinking that instead of having this get transform function, we should remove this and move it into this is what I think we should do, but we can do this other time. This would simplify a lot of transformation code. I think that should fix it. There are probably some small errors here and there. Let's see. What's that? It connects to itself. Oh, because I'm not checking the requirements. Yes. Yeah. somehow everything seems to be kind of even positioned correctly. Crazy thing is, because everything is aligned so closely, you see the range of the radar just barely touches the timeline. But there is no connection. If I move it just a little bit higher, the connection is created. Okay. I just have to check those requirements so that it doesn't connect to itself. And this transform up function, which I keep calling repeatedly, this is just... this is unnecessarily calling this transform from child, inverting matrices, concatenating them. There is just so much inefficiency here. I am actually shocked that it actually runs at a reasonable FPS still. It should not, absolutely, it should not. Okay, requirements, we wanted to check that. Now we should not have any self-connections anymore. Nice. So connection somehow is established even though this object, when I hold it in my mouse, like it's removed from the machine. So this is... I am very happy about that bit. But now we have proper ordering of objects, which means that we can actually draw the shadows now. Still see some bugs, but they are irrelevant now. I also wanted to see what happens if I do that. Okay. Or that. Okay. Nice. Shadows. This is going to be a very heavy object. Heavy, I mean, it has a very complex contour. So creating a shadow for this one is going to be a challenge. This one, another one, with a complex contour. Or this. Yeah, let's keep a few of them here. And submit whatever we have created so far. Can I remove mutable from here? Any issues should happen at compilation time, so I guess I can. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, things seem to be working, so I'm not too afraid to submit stuff. Shadows. I think it will be nice if each object knows how to draw its own shadow, but also I think object has no way of knowing how far it is from the background. I will make a short break, make some food. We will resume 48 minutes, yeah. Probably sooner, but we'll see. So see you around in about 40 minutes. Yeah, that was shorter than expected. But
of
I have this video that we can watch briefly. We're not going to watch from the start because I'm already halfway through this, but it's actually getting interesting. So let's check this out.
of UI elements. It's maybe quickly just worth noting, in all these images, I'm using just boxes. So that's not, we need a lot more of that, a lot more than that for the kinds of interfaces that we want. So hopefully you can use a bit of imagination to see other things in their place. So one, I think, really good observation that Cal makes around why we need this kind of integration domain, and specifically why we need a kind of unifying medium for this this kind of concern of integrating these parts, in this case, parts of interfaces with each other and with the software that they connect to, is that if you take if you look at software for a second, and you take n different systems and you try and connect all those, you get something like a an n squared or an n squared problem into one of 2n. Also, there's different ways you can do this math, but the point is that kind of naively connecting everything to everything else, it explodes in complexity very, very quickly. Whereas a unifying medium, or sometimes kind of known as like a narrow waist architecture, like TCP/IP on the web, it's one of the ways that you can kind of more fundamentally get around this problem. And so this is an old sketch, but I just wanted something to illustrate the point that he makes, or the what he argues for, which I wholeheartedly agree with, which is that whatever semantics we have for this process of integration, we really want them to be less powerful than the programming languages that we use for general purposes, right? So a way of saying that is that we want to express relationships. We don't want scripts or circuits. And so actually having languages that are sub-Turing complete is quite important here. And to illustrate that, this is a sketch from a slightly different idea, but you can imagine with this sketch on the right that you have a bunch of kind of underlying systems for your software. You have some space that all the elements are in, and then you have this something that resembles a network of relationships between the two that is responsible for kind of choosing what's on screen, where it is, and so on. And so that stuff in the middle, as well as stuff in the space of UI elements in this particular diagram, would constitute the integration domain there. And contrasting that to the kind of model on the left, which I think I more or less outlined earlier, where you have these individual appliance-like boxes, and they connect to one or more systems. Yeah. All right. So one way of looking at this, I hope that this analogy will make sense to those here. I suspect it will. Is that maybe canvases could be to HCI what Haskell is to type systems research, where we can have many interfaces and interactions coexisting in the same shared environment. I think there's a lot of reasons to try and push in that direction beyond just end user software use. I think it can have benefits to
this is a very good point.
Our kind of
I agree
ability to iterate
on here.
How we build UIs themselves. Although what I'm really advocating for here is not actually new UI innovation per se. It's that we hopefully can, and I think should, try and push to make the work that we're already doing and that has been done more integratable.
So this is a very big idea in computing, that if we give users, like, if we think about computing space as separated into like users and developers, the developers know how to create tools, and users unfortunately not. very few developers actually put effort to make the tools like scriptable, modifiable by the users themselves. Usually it ends up at an application with some settings. You can go into the settings and flip some switches. Yeah, that's the control the users typically get. But there have been those ideas that, hey, we can actually connect the apps, like an app could expose a stream of some, data points. Another app could consume it. And if only the user could get like a nice interface to actually connect them, we could have a lot of we could have a lot of very small specialized apps that could then be connected to each other by the user. And that idea has been tested by Android. So Android has this whole framework for activities and intents. And intents allow one application to start something very abstract, very general. The idea there is that, one application or binder, there is also binder in Android. Those are all facilities that allow apps to work together, to communicate with each other. It's, to be honest, technically, it's very well implemented. Like binder is super efficient. Like under the hood, I think it requires some system calls, but not always. After you establish connection, like applications can communicate with each other very efficiently, very fast. I think this is actually faster than dbus, probably competitive with sockets, like Unix sockets. And you can use these to pass file descriptors, textures. Apps can really work together on Android. However, almost no apps make use of that. Only when the operating system kind of requires some API from apps, this is when the apps reluctantly implement the necessary interface. For instance, keyboards, right? On Android you have interchangeable keyboards. The reason we have them is because each keyboard can actually expose like a piece of its own interface, and it can be kind of connected to the app where it's typing. The same for widgets. Android widgets, the one that you can put on your home screen, are using those mechanisms, those cross-application kind of APIs, like the glue APIs. Android has a very good glue kind of system there. It's very underexplored in my opinion. And yeah, if they kind of put more work there, they could create some really nice things that are impossible on other operating systems. Things which are impossible on, like, impossible with big I. Imagine, for example, that you can have a Photoshop on Android that could, for example, have custom brushes which are like external to Photoshop, right? Because you could, for example, have an application that knows how to draw stuff on a two-dimensional bitmap. And those brushes could be usable across, Photoshop and different drawing applications. Yeah, that's just one example of things that could be possible with Android. On Linux, on Windows, on macOS, those things would be very difficult. And Android has those mechanisms, but makes very little use of them. And Orion is arguing that canvases could be the key kind of gateway technology that would actually cause the breakthrough, that would actually cause the apps to properly implement those APIs. And he may be right here, actually. A canvas-based application has to kind of expose some, of its internal state. And that could actually be the way for, finally, for the users to actually connect multiple separate apps together.
As opposed to kind of remaining in its kind of siloed experimental state. So one way of visualizing that is, and again, this is an open question of what this looks like exactly, but we can imagine a different relationship that people have to computing, where instead of a single interface or a choice of individual interfaces,
Hey, Tadum.
you have something.
I'm looking at Twitch chat and I see that we seem to have lost connection to Twitch. Yeah, because I just noticed your message on the Twitch dashboard. Let me see. Yeah, this is what I don't like about Twitch. Sometimes it will just go kind of down, and we are still getting pings from Twitch IRC. It's just, I don't know, it's disconnected. I have no idea why. So in the upper right corner of the stream, there is this like small Twitch icon, which shows the vertical beeps every 5 seconds. Those vertical beeps are actually pings to Twitch IRC server. I wonder. I wonder if I handle them. Let me see. I don't want to restart my script just yet, because now it's in this broken state, so I can see what's wrong. So I have this IRC for IRC. Yeah, what you're saying, I'm just looking into that. I also remember this from reading the API, that there are some events, like disconnection events. Blah, blah, blah. This doesn't look like IRC API. This looks like event sub. This. Let's see what happens when it receives reconnect. Okay, it should return an error from handle line. Yeah. So I didn't receive the reconnect message. It's kind of annoying. I think I will replace the IRC client with event sub, because I think event sub also has messages, like real-time messages. Yeah. And it probably delivers them as JSON, which is easier to work with than whatever IRC reports. Yeah, emotes, that could help with emote parsing. Because I see there are those fragments. Okay, so for now I will just restart the chat. Yeah, I will probably also switch to WebSockets. I mean, WebSockets, do you know how many APIs like Twitch has? So Twitch has the Helix API. There is PubSub, there is Event Sub, there are callbacks, like webhooks. Yeah. IRC, obviously.
Tadoom says.
Twitch has so much.
So this is the PubSub. PubSub is deprecated, actually. I don't know why they still keep this here. And there is the older version of the Twitch API, the pre-Helix one, which is probably removed from this page already. But there are still some traces on GitHub. Like if you see any examples how to do something on Twitch, there is a good chance they are using the pre-Helix APIs.
And they even have GraphQL API, which is not documented for web functions, like getting clips and stuff.
Nice.
Like an integration domain and this kind of integration substrate, where you can bring in the pieces of UI that you need and you can mix and match them, something that's a lot more amenable to change. All right, before I get to that second little demo here, just to kind of.
So in his presentation, so I kind of skipped the first half, but in the first half, Orion introduced a concept of substrate of computation. The idea is that the canvas that you have in front of you, it's not just a blank space where you are just putting objects. It actually represents the thing that you want to manipulate. For example, if you're working with graphics, the canvas is the picture that you're drawing on. And if you're working with music, it could be the timeline. Or like with video, this could be the nonlinear video editing part, like the timeline of the video. So in this diagram, the substrate of computation, this is like the background of the canvas. if I understand correctly. And there are multiple kind of tools operating of it on this, and each of the tools can be kind of configured for the user, and like the user interface is going to be configurable.
To recap this illustration, I think it's important to note that part of why I'm in some sense advocating for this direction and specifically for canvases is because I don't think that this is anything actually new, really. I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit here, especially when we're looking at the web as the kind of the primary target tech stack. We have kind of some parts of this in like iframes and custom elements and so on. But I think the path to being able to bring pieces of the web together and UI made that way is not too hard to imagine, and I think we can do some experiments there, which I will quickly share now. How are we doing for time? Okay, we're doing all right. All right. So to kind of illustrate the relationship between canvases and kind of software customization and malleability, let's take this example. So this is Kel's website. Hopefully he doesn't mind. This is
Orion is very good at making demos.
Website. But what I have here is a button. You might not see much of a change there, but what's actually happening
you will see in a moment
is that I can now scribble on the website. I can do all the canvassy stuff, but I can also take the pieces of the website and move them around and, you know, we've basically decomposed the DOM into a bunch of subtrees, which we can now operate on as kind of individual objects in a canvas. And then if we want...
So this feels laggy when you look at this, but this is just because the capture software. Normally this manipulation it's in real time, it's very smooth. It's just because probably like the zoom or whatever is used to like record the desktop. It probably has just high latency.
We can start doing things with these, like, for example, you know, if we want this in a different form, we can take it and pipe it into another thing. And of course, this is just using some crude LLM stuff behind the scenes to do this generation. But we're basically taking HTML as input, and we're producing new bits of, or new kind of perspectives on that. And we can do something maybe more interesting. Or let me actually just do one more thing first. So you could, just to kind of illustrate, because I think it's kind of fun.
So I guess this is a browser extension which adds. So the toolbar that you see at the bottom, it comes from.
You'll notice my incredibly advanced UX here, where I just have to include the word HTML for this to work. So I mean, this is just to demonstrate that we can kind of encapsulate styles in that. And you can get some kind of interesting looking results generated out of that. And if you want to.
So Ryan, I want to stop you here because you're doing these flourishes, and I actually want you to say some things out loud a little bit more, especially for people watching this after the fact, so that we're clear. What's happening here is this is a regular HTML page, so you can look at the URL at the top. We're going to literally Kel's website, and then this is a browser extension, right? So it's a browser extension which canvassizes the whole thing, bringing in all of Orion's work, including the part where he, again, we're completely foreign to this interface. So he makes an arrow and then he types things, but wait, that's actually an LLM prompt in this domain. Yes?
Yeah, specifically in this domain. And I'm not advocating this as a UX paradigm, right? but the flexibility to
So-
have things like
The demo that Orion is showing here has very actually little to do to the point that he's making. The demo is just a flashy way of, you know, grabbing attention. But the point that he's making is very valid still. Like despite the, you know, loose kind of relevance to the demo.
this, if this were useful to you.
This is a demonstration paradigm that really shows us what it means to remix content that we're already at. We're losing view source, and arguably view source was the wrong layer anyway, because we started arguing about Tailwind or fucking semantics or whatever. And we put it up to a level where I, as a human, am being like, oh, I can play. I can do things. I'm bringing my tools to this space rather than somehow downloading the HTML, putting it in some other thing. So I'm doing things in place and bringing in tools.
Yeah, I'm really glad you raised that point, because that's kind of one of the big ideas here is, you know, broadly in line with the kind of local first and malleable software ideas. It's this idea of what if you can bring the computation to you wherever you happen to be, in this case, wherever you happen to be on the web. And the system is reasonably generic to illustrate kind of what's happening here. I wrote a little thing. So what we can imagine is, so this is, you know, a web page, there's some underlying DOM. And so what we can imagine is you have this DOM with all these layers, and then you're basically, through some CSS selectors, you're taking that and you're going to separate it out so that some stuff is brought forward into your canvas, the rest is pushed into the background. And then you go from this massive tree of many elements to a handful of elements based on kind of subtrees of that DOM, which is how I did that on Kel's website here.
Bill has a question, which is any of this permanent or published? Is it just stayed in the browser extension? Can I share this?
They should really push the questions to the end, because they are totally irrelevant.
Right now, it's pretty ephemeral. It definitely doesn't have to be. And there's a couple.
So this toolbar actually comes from this library, TLDraw.
And
TLDraw is very flexible. It can be used in an Automat, like Electron app, so separately from the browser.
Deadline-driven development, amazing, love it.
Or it can be like injected into a website so that it works like here.
To kind of building different views.
And then you can hook it up in funny ways to create.
We can imagine kind of
those
generating or bringing in previous
canvas-based applications.
You know, UI, and so in this case we have one that will randomize the text in the thing that's pointing to it.
Here's a script written by LM.
Hard to do today to get ready for this, but didn't quite make it, is to demonstrate that you can pin these, well, something analogous to that, right? So the idea would be you can take
a
something.
UI.
Yeah, you can just be like, you hit a button, you go back to the normal website, but that particular button is persisted and gives you the ability to retarget to other elements. So it's like, oh, you really like the colorization that it does? Okay, now as you're scrolling through the website, you can point it to another paragraph and it will colorize that.
And ideally this becomes a component itself that you might publish that looks like user scripts, but really this is computation plus UI together. That over the domain of other users, you might have a type of library that you do stuff, right? All of these things become, and I think that's probably why Bill was asking about that.
So
we could do many.
Orion is really talking about something much higher level than this implementation. This is more like
where we can go from our space to shared areas.
A loose example of this idea. This is just a canvas. This is an example of a canvas.
Use this in cross-page curation.
The point was there that once you have a canvas and then apps live on a canvas, users can actually mash them up, create new stuff out of existing applications.
Typing an app with one system. Let's say we call this Orion
This
Net.
idea
Orion
sounds
doesn't want this to
cool
be Orion
if it
Net.
was
He
made
wants it to
really
be Everyone
simple
Net,
for users.
which means that we have to
Actually
do the
works
really hard work
everywhere.
of going like, okay, where are we going to componentize this at the layer so that it
Yeah.
can get
I think this trick that he has done with
Exactly.
arrows
And
and
that's
instructions,
kind of
which
where
are
I'm gonna
just
come
sent
back
to LLM,
towards
and the
end of this,
LLM
'cause
does the work.
exactly that, right? Like all
LLM's
of these
job
are
is to kind of
demos, and maybe
interpret
I
the
wanna
user
do
intent.
stuff with this, maybe other
This is
people
really
do
nice.
as well. But this is meant to be a kind of
A very
illustration of
nice
something
kind of
that would
way
like to exist in a
a very nice tool.
well-developed
I haven't
integration
seen
domain.
anywhere
We would
anything
like
like
this stuff
that.
to be easy, and remixable with stuff that has entirely different semantics, right? Where you don't have arrows and maybe you can't pan around and you can't scribble, but you can do a bunch of other different things. We want to support all of these things in the same shared environment, and that's kind of really the point. And on that note of kind of cross-site integration stuff, as a very tentative example of that, we could, for example, take this really long dog, do the same thing over here, and now we can take apart the dog. Get a nice long bit of dog here, and then we can just, in this case, copy paste that across over to here. And you could do the same with a piece of UI. You could copy that over here. And if I had the ability to retarget this, you'd be able to, randomize the color of the dog, for example.
Yeah, and I'll just, because I rant about this on these calls all the time, so I'm going to bring it up again. Again, this is akin to me, some of the things that people gasp at, right? Like, remember, it'll look more interesting when you have the two browsers next to each other and you drag and drop between them. We actually have the technology. TiddlyWiki, between two TiddlyWikis, does this, right? Yeah. And that's been one of my long running things that maybe, now that I've got a little more time, might be something
This looks like an interesting channel.
What if several of us built tools that accepted a drag and drop, right? And that's exactly the point of like, oh man, I have to build my entire system, and you papered one over the top.
Yeah, that's kind of part of what is maybe interesting about this direction specifically, is that this, normal web elements or even custom components, custom elements with web components, can be made to work this way, even if a website wasn't designed for that. Some websites are going to be harder. Something like Google Docs is more or less impossible because it renders everything to a canvas, and there isn't enough information on the client side. But for a lot of the web, this works totally fine. And so this idea of actually, instead of having a dedicated piece of software that you then have to live inside of, having a kind of an information substrate that you can interoperate with almost no effort. There's lots of ways the websites could make themselves amenable to this kind of stuff if it became a wide way of doing things. Even as simple as just adding an agreed upon class to elements to define for that website what the route should be to select the subtrees, right? Right now I use very crude heuristics. So there's...
Before I have you here, Jeffrey Litt has a question, and then we should get back to the rest of your presentation. Can you compare the canvas with other possible substrates? What do you see as the strengths or challenges?
Yes, I think that's kind of the important question, and I will answer that, but I'll answer it at the end. I think I even have a slide for it.
Amazing, thank you.
All right, and this is actually towards the end that there is a final bit which I will mostly breeze through because it's more of just like a flag to plant, because I think it's interesting. So to summarize the important stuff here, right? I think what I'm kind of pitching is that developing an integration domain, if we believe that such a thing can exist for HCI or should exist, can enable new software topologies which are more malleable, flexible, pluralistic or heterogeneous, and I think also fun. I think for reasons that we can get to in the discussion, that the spatial canvas is particularly well suited to be a foundation there. And we'll get into why in just a second. I will breeze through the last thing because I know we're low on time. So switching to dark mode here because we're talking about fun ideas and there's many slides already. So this kind of comes out of this observation that a bunch of view changes are discrete in our interfaces, right? Like this is Obsidian, like a note-taking app. You have this graph view on the left. You have the note view itself on the right. Some are continuous. If you go from the graph view and you zoom in, you get new information, and then you can click on one of these to go into the full view. And my kind of fun question here, hopefully fun question, is can we better understand the limits of these kinds of transformations and the ones that are continuous in particular, and kind of build languages or systems around that? So we could imagine, for example, in this case, taking out the middle part here and replacing it with something that has a kind of continuous function or continuous transformation to either side. And then if you do that, you've defined a kind of a fully continuous transition from one view to the other. I will actually skip this one because I didn't make a demo for it. I'll leave this GIF though, because
No.
it's
We are
great.
going to grab
I
this
didn't
out.
make a demo for it. I'll leave this GIF. I will actually skip.
Okay, what do we see here? But that's nice. That means he's working on a new demo. We have a directory tree. Yeah. The directory tree could be seen as a graph. I see. So he's showing that.
Another really cool use case for this would be to integrate RAG with vector retrieval and persistence to automatically extract the most relevant information depending on the user's history and preferences.
So I think so. From yeah, obviously, like neural networks are like a totally other thing. This is like a powerful tool that we have very crappy interfaces right now for. Here he's showing I think the point of this slide is that there could be a smooth transition between those representations. From these three representation to a graph. Like a graph-based tree. Yeah.
Skip this one because I didn't make a demo for it.
This is another one, probably. I don't know what's on the left. It's too blurry. But this is like an expression tree.
I'll leave this GIF though because it's great. This is from Andrew Blinn, which is looking at kind of how you can see the same thing from different perspectives, and the transitions here they're semantically rich. They're not like visual flourishes for animation.
So this looks like RPN and maybe like regular PN, like there is this notation where you put a parenthesis and evaluate stuff from left to right or from right to left.
Animation's sake. For lack of a better term, I welcome suggestions. I've been calling these kind of like visual semantic morphisms, which is a kind of transformation where you're preserving the semantics throughout. I will also skip that one. And I did manage to scrape together one final demo, which is, imagine that this is your like Obsidian graph view, and we want to go into graph mode. We can transition between a purely kind of point-based graph layout and one with labels where we have new information. But in this case, the semantics here are that the label is inside because we want to then persist that kind of encoding of the semantics to other views. Like we can go to this kind of mini note view, and I think, did I remember to make these editable? Maybe I didn't. But you could, for example, see a bunch of notes kind of clustered together and edit them. And then, of course, if you wanted to, you could go to a full screen view or one that's close to full screen. So this was just to illustrate that it's conceivable that in a world where we have more of our UI in the same environment, that it could be it could be a kind
Very
of
nice. I haven't seen this one.
collage of different things where you have your email client of choice next to your tree view thing of choice for whatever purpose, and you have your all of the stuff together, kind of with all of its own visual.
I will say that in many ways, when we think about this as integration domains, I think the other thing that's been coming up a
Sorry.
lot is people have been bringing up this the word operating system to things that are not like running on hardware, but much higher level. Notion is talking about Notion OS and various things like that, and that also reminds me of this. Is somewhere hidden in here is can we in fact replace windowing systems with this?
That's a really good point that I probably should have made, right? Is that part of, I think, my attraction to this idea in particular is that we don't need to replace windowing systems. We can kind of build it within the constraints that already exist. But ideally, long term, it feels like windowing systems are something that eventually needs to be replaced, which is not to say the idea of Windows needs to be replaced. There are many times where you might want that, but it should be a choice.
I'll let you continue.
Okay. I will.
So this is one of the reasons why I also think that X11, the protocol, is kind of cool, because in X11 a window exposes its internal structure, like a tree of widgets, so that other applications can actually scan it, process it, attach their own annotations, or whatever. So this is like HTML for Windows. Compare this to Wayland, where each window exposes a bitmap, which is opaque. Other applications have no way of actually peeking inside.
I will wrap up here. I think we only have one more slide.
We're good.
Yeah. So, I mean, and again, this thing does not exist. I'm hoping we could build it. That's why this diagram looks like this and is a diagram and not much more than that. But we can imagine, hopefully now, or more easily imagine, a way that we can get to a world where you can have many different interface elements, many different pieces of these systems visually represented together in a way that remains cohesive in the sense of being, as accessible and as useful, as understandable as the stuff we have today. So yeah, like this is the pitch, that we can abolish apps in the kind of the sense of how we relate to that interface, pick whatever words you want, and we can, turn them into compost and build other interesting things. I was thinking a lot about compostable software when I wrote this last slide.
Nice.
There are some links if you want those. I will close out there, but to jump on Geoffrey's point, I think I did have a slide which is unfinished, so you'll see my some of my notes here. So when we're looking at comparing this to other,
this is basically the question that was asked 20 minutes
ago. Something like an integration domain for HCI. I think there's a few things that it gets us. I'll just mention two. So one is the kind of uniform address space that it gives you of shapes on a canvas and their relationship to well-defined geometry. So it's possible to build a substrate like this where there is always a clear inside and outside when you want there to be, and that makes it much more possible to bring very different elements together in a way where you can make kind of stronger guarantees, right? So connected to this is this note in the middle here, which again, this is not a real slide. This is one of my notes. Is that one of the challenges of kind of traditional layout on the web and trying to imagine how we bring together multiple interfaces is that the DOM layout is kind of overpowered. Shapes can, if you're
okay. So Orion's trying to come up with like technical arguments. There is everyone, like, you can ignore all of them because there is a bigger one, like canvases are more like intuitive for the user. You can assemble apps out of, I don't know, lists of forms that are like no code environments like that. Or like in, I don't know, an app could expose an API, and you could have something like Scratch where the user can like combine blocks, but it's kind of messy. I think Canvas is just very intuitive. You can see flat space with kind of things scattered around. So
if you're a DOM element with
for users, this is just more intuitive. And all of the technical arguments are
width of the screen,
irrelevant, even if this was technically
like the maximum
worse than any of the other kind of ideas. It still wins because it's easier for users.
Robustly bring together elements from different authors, and I think
like the technology has to adapt.
It's hard to imagine
like
kind of building
to a
something
good
like
UI.
this, and so that's kind of where we have an effective substrate for integrating UI.
Jeffrey, any thoughts, or would you like to unmute and?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks. That was a helpful answer. I wonder. Those are the strengths. What do you think are the challenges? Like, I guess one answer might be like the DOM does helpful stuff. Like nesting seems like one example. Like, how do you do nesting? Is it just a new layout algorithm you have to like add on to the canvas, or how do you think about that?
Yeah,
nesting is hard.
I think there's at least a couple answers there.
It's
so
not
one
because
is that you could just use
I just don't know how to use
DOM
matrices.
if the nesting you're talking about is local enough. So like in the web browser extension example, any existing DOM layout stuff will still apply within that element. It just can't say anything about where that shape is. Like like the shape is not allowed to move itself over to the right or to do stuff outside of its borders. And then the other one kind of comes back to that question of like what semantics are appropriate for an integration domain in general. That's not a question that's going to be like a solved question for the foreseeable future. But being able to express those kinds of relationships, I think is important there, where you can just being able to express, hey, like this object over here is inside this one over here, even though I'm sure there's many interpretations of kind of what inside means, and that may well be kind of context dependent, which is where you need.
But I think that's exactly what your point by bringing up the 3D DOM browser. Right. All the stuff is there, and then you could layer on different expressions of it. I'm reminded of concepts of memory palaces, generally, which aren't usually visualized. And the other thing that I think a lot of us need to spend a lot more time thinking about spatial computing. Right? Like this is the other part that's also coming, and that comes down to things like 3D engines and gaming engines, which are a very different even set of people of how they think about things. And I think the flat infinite 2D canvas is the first start of like, oh, right. It's not a piece of paper.
Right. And maybe this is an overly obvious thing to say, but it's worth pointing out, right, that like ultimately that's kind of what we have already, in the sense that most screens are two-dimensional bounded Euclidean spaces, right? If you were to replace the DOM, layout systems with absolute positioning and stuff, you'd be a long way towards having what we think of as a canvas.
I want to pause first of all, and basically just before people drop off, you're welcome to stay on and just say, Orion, thank you. Thank you so much. That was awesome. And for everyone that doesn't know, this is sign language for clapping. So you don't even have to unmute yourself. Nice. That was super fantastic. I'm super glad that we do have a recording in space.
Cool. Those kind of integration spaces, like the place where multiple apps can coordinate, they kind of already exist. They are just not very accessible for users. File system is one of them. Like all of the apps on your machine can interact through file system. It's just that the users have very poor kind of mechanisms for working with file system. And there are, like, most of the apps are those heavyweight machines with window, with lots of tools that you have to open, you have to use them when you want to send stuff from one app to the other. You cannot really coordinate multiple applications to do stuff, unless you do it on Linux, right? But normal users don't have access to those tools, so in Canvas it could be a lot easier. So yeah, absolutely agree with Orion. And there is one test here which uses compute tonal colors. Okay, I have no idea what's that function, we will just ignore it. And check this out. We have even a function that can compute the bounds of a path which drops a shadow. Oh, this is so nice. Okay, let's try adding a simple shadow. I was thinking about adding this within an object, so that each object would draw its own shadow. But an object has no way of storing the depth, how far it is from the background. I think location is better positioned to do that. So when we draw location, it has this pre-draw function, or maybe it doesn't, but it should have. So let's add a pre-draw. So this is like, whenever we draw stuff, we always draw everything into passes. The first pass is drawing like background, things which are behind objects. And then there is another pass which draws stuff that's in front. Actually,
Unrelated, but have you seen the Chinese modded RTX 3000 and 94,090 hybrid?
I heard about
48
this.
GB RAM?
URL.
This sounds absolutely crazy. What's that? Amazing. So my GPU, even when when I query the memory through NVIDIA SMI, it doesn't even report the full 24 gigabytes. There is probably some space taken by the kernel or whatever.
It's so much cheaper too than the RTX 6000 equivalent from NVIDIA.
But when I look at this memory, it looks to be much smaller. Okay, maybe they are using the memory, I mean, with base 10 instead of base 2, you know. Maybe here this is...
That's the idle memory usage, I believe.
Actually, no, sorry, those are two different cards. This is 4090D with 48 gigs. And this one has 32. Okay, so we are looking at 32 gigs here. Still. Crazy expensive still. Nice. Yeah. The problem with ordering stuff out of China is that if it arrives broken, there is no way to really return it. Let's go for escalation modules. And then we need Z-plane params. What's that? How do I construct this? And there is a make function. Actually, no, it works now. And then we need light position. Light radius. Centimeters. And flags, which I will skip for now. Let's see if it draws anything. Nope, I don't see any shadows. And just to be sure, I can stroke this. Okay, this is not being drawn at all, for some reason. Let's try live. Okay, it is being called, it's just we don't see anything. I wonder why. Maybe it's being drawn behind the canvas. Is it? No, it's not. Why can't we see anything? I need to fix dragging of this object. Anyway. Oh yes, because this is the shape of the location, which doesn't exist. What we want to do here is we want to take object shape. Okay. Switch this off. Well, there is some shadow. See this faint red line. Okay, so what do we want? We would like to... First, let's pass a flag. Directional light. Yes, please. There are some weird colors here. See? I want the light to come from like front, so this will be one, this will be it's -1. This is very weird. 10 centimeters should be a lot, but the shadow is very thin still. Now it feels to me like it's slightly growing. Maybe we have to play with those params here. -1 maybe. No. Shadow almost disappears now. We could put 10 here. Okay. Now we have some shadow. It's kind of cool, isn't it? So on top we can specify one color, which is going to draw this red part. What was that? Ambient color. Spot color. Okay, I have no idea what are those things. But check this out. It's not normalized to canvas transform. We have quite a lot of issues here. Those shadows kind of get shifted. Probably the path that we are passing is way too complex. Oops. Stop, please. Maybe we can pass this geometric. No, we still have issues. Okay, maybe those issues will go away if I correct the zipline params. I think we have to figure out what those are. It's -10 here. No shadows. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. It seems that this X parameter is not doing anything really. Same with Y. Canvas not draw shadow. Okay, there is no such function. I was just checking. Oh yeah. So this is how it works. We have this height function which takes x and y and adds z. So we should pass 0, 0 here. I guess if we passed a very high value here, then that could have an effect. Let's pass 1000. Maybe even more, 10,000. It's very visible, the difference here. This X doesn't seem to do anything. I mean, it seems to do something, it's just I have no idea what. It definitely increased the size of the shadow. So I think this is something that we should multiply by CTX canvas. Something like that.
Malamacratus says,
Keep viewers on.
At least it stays the same size now. Let's decrease light radius here. even such a simple shadow already has issues. It seems that we found a way to control the size of this green shadow. Actually, no, this makes total sense from what I see. Yeah, let's say, because I've specified that the elevation. Okay, that was wrong again. So this is the direction of the light. So the elevation should be, let's say it's 1 centimeter above the canvas. See, now it's 1 centimeter. Shadow is going straight down. So this is how it looks. Now, when the distance is equal to 1 meter, I think the shadow should be that high, that large. Now we are slowly getting a nice shadow. And the glitches seem to went away, which is nice. Not all of them, unfortunately. Okay, in this light position is perfect. This is exactly what I want. Or maybe I will not have directional light. So this is an imaginary point light which is positioned 1 meter above the canvas. On like 1 meter from the canvas and 1 meter above. Okay, I don't know what is the orientation of the Z-plane. Let's try to go back to directional. That one seemed to work. Some of the objects work very nicely with shadows. I don't know why this macro recorder has so many issues. Just to check. Can I divide? Yeah, that will completely blow up the shadows. Okay. I mean, the shadows were there, they were just super tiny. The start time sync right now makes sense. So here I can control how far we are from the Z-plane, from the canvas. I could, for example, say that we want to be, 5 millimeters from the canvas. This is the direction of the light. I know what we could pass here. Let's say transparent occluder. I think the issues are caused by clipping of the internal geometry. Yeah. I mean, it's not perfect. It's way better now. So annoying. Those errors, I think they are caused by small geometry. Skia probably has some optimizations. Shadows. There is still some flickering. So this is just a small kind of slider that will allow me to see if the errors go away if we just make the shapes larger. It's 1,000 times larger, please. This is still correct because this shape is very simple. No. We still have flickering. Huh. when we go back to 1. Okay, the flickering is way worse now. So the scaling actually did help. There was a utility in Skia for simplifying paths. I think the issues could be caused by Skia being unable to probably offset paths correctly. Escape path holds simplify. Let's try that. Okay. And instead of drawing shape, let's draw a simple shape.
Knight says,
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Knight. Still flickering. Flickering very badly.
Tadoom says,
Hello, Knight.
Try the scaling trick again. Flickering is there, but it's much more subtle. I mean, not much more. Maybe there are more flags that we could pass. We could try geometric only. I don't know what's that. Still flickering. Okay, now it's smooth. Cool. It's an interesting one. For this one we probably didn't specify the shape. Okay, we have objects, we can drop shadow, there is no flickering anymore. Can we remove the scale trick? Because it creates a lot of copies of paths. And this simplification. Okay, there is no flickering. Nice, nice. I actually have no idea what's the point of this ambient thingy. But we will certainly use it. If it's there, why not? This is a small and tricky object, but it has a nice shadow. Okay, this flag was the key. There's one more thing I want to do. I would like to change this shadow position. I don't want to have directional shadows. It would be so nice if we actually had point shadows. Like, imagine that there is a light attached to the like the top part of the window, and this is what's kind of illuminating the objects. So things which are on the bottom of the window would have longer shadows than stuff on top of the window. Or maybe it could be attached to like the canvas. So as you move objects around the canvas, they would, drop shadows slightly differently. So I would like to still take a look into that. But this is so nice already. In fact, I will submit it because I don't want to lose this code. Okay, so let's get rid of the directional shadow flag. See what we get. Now the position of the object that's casting shadows. Huh. So weird. What's happening? Okay, we get some weird shadow, but for some reason it is being offset horizontally. We change Z to 10, that should bring it closer to objects. Really don't understand what are those parameters, because z-plane params, if it specifies, this height function, then I should be able to specify negative here, and that should still work. Or maybe it won't, because now the shape is below the surface. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand the math which is being used here. That height should really change with scale. I think I understand. So this light position, this is the position of the light in the coordinate space of the window. So if I specify 0.5, it's going to be in the middle of the window. So now we have a reflector shining from the middle. I was wrong. Maybe it's in pixel coordinates. So let's say 100 pixels by 100 pixels. Yeah. So now the light origin is somewhere here. Now we have a very strong light, which is positioned very kind of closely above the surface. Now let's say I'm multiplying here, not dividing, so that the light is kind of positioned far away from the surface. And now we have a reflector, kind of, that lights everything. Let's put this light on top of the window. Super nice. So this is the color of the ambient shadow, and this is the color of the spot shadow. Should probably also increase the width. Now the light is going to be very diffuse. Essentially the whole top part, top edge of the window is a virtual light source. I have to fix this key presser. Yeah, I think we found a way to use the shadow utils. Nice thing is that when the objects touch each other, their shadow is kind of combined. So it looks like they kind of, yeah, the objects kind of seem to combine on screen. Nice. But the cool thing is going to be when we actually lift objects. So the ones that we are kind of keeping here, we could say that their elevation is, I don't know, maybe 2 millimeters. They are fairly flat, or maybe 3, I don't know, depending on the size of the object. I think bigger objects might have a bigger shadow. Let's add some colors, some decent colors to this thing. It's going to be so nice. So, ambient shadow, the first one. This color should be this shadow, I mean. The sky is blue. Let's fire up GIMP. Where do I have color wheel? Here. So this is roughly the color of the sky. Maybe that. So the shadow should be probably like here. Now the next color we have is the color of the sun, something like that, I think. So the shadow will be like that. Maybe too saturated. I will lower the alpha a little bit. Instead of pulling saturation down, I can make the shadow more transparent. That also has the effect of reduced saturation. I will do the same for this other shadow. I could even attach a shadow to the mouse kind of pointer. Okay, now we have a very subtle shadow below objects. Nice. And next thing we would like is to make it kind of pop when the objects are being picked up. And the stuff that we've done so far. Let's save this as spot shadows. Now what, maybe we could have surface height. The shadows should be longer this way. Don't like this color right now. Maybe I will make it slightly more towards this electric blue. Still very saturated, but that's fine. We don't want to have black and white shadows. I mean, we do have here, but it's unfortunate. It is what it is. Maybe change the other color, the other shadow color to this. We'll see, we'll see. Spot shadows, commit. And now we actually want to vary the depth of the objects. When we are grabbing an object, we want it to pop up from the display. So this is going to be changing. Inside location, we have this object animation state. We will store the elevation, how high it is above the background. Let's store this as Spring V2. Cool. Now, as we draw the object, I think we should grab the elevation. Basically that, except now we actually this elevation we could probably remove from location from here. I need to do one more thing in drag action when we start here. We should set location.parent pointer. This could crash things that rely on parent, but we will fix this. Yeah. Yes, it did, of course. Okay, what do we have? Okay, this is the same problem that we used to have before. I would like to fix this quickly and easily, so instead of that, let's remove that. It's a very silly way to do that. I would like to avoid. So here I could, for example, scan windows, like all of the windows, and check if any of those windows are carrying this location. That's one option. You know what? Maybe it's like, maybe it's the simplest one. Let's just call it drag action. I think because the width of the lamp is so large, picking up the object just means that it's more diffused. Let's play with the parameters. So maybe we can increase the height. I could also cut the radius. Oh yeah, radius should be this by 2, because it's radius, not diameter. Yeah, we definitely have this peaking shape. The object clearly goes up. When we draw the shadow, maybe we can also change the blend mode. It's not how we do it.
You are earlier.
Pretty cool plugin.
Oh, nice. looks cool. I might play with that. Thanks. Okay, speed. It has to be faster, this picking. It cannot be a whole second. This one, I have to get rid of this because it's having issues. Okay, I don't like the colors that I have. So the picking shadow is kind of okay. It clearly shows that I am picking something up. It's kind of lifting from the ground. And maybe I could do the same for buttons. Because the buttons currently are moving, and if I instead used shadows, that would be interesting. Okay, now I changed it a little bit so that not all objects have the same kind of sized shadow by default. Maybe it's a mistake. I don't know. About the shadow, I have to check something. Those colors, I don't like them. I will take a piece of paper, hold it next to... It's sunny right now, so perfect. And I will try to see what color is the shadow on this piece of paper. Should be able to download them. So this is the first photo. And this is the second one. So this really shows the difference between paper in bright light and in shadow. Let's grab the bright light. Okay, this is perfect gray. Okay, ideal. It's kind of like the gray that we have here. So I just picked this color. Nice. So that here should be our spot shadow. Let's see how it looks. The issue with this shadow is that it's covering the background. So maybe I could save layer. Yes, this is what I will do. This is the color I got. It's purple. Shadow turns out it's purple. Very weird. I will apply a fan transformation in a moment. Let's go back here. Save layer. I'm not going to pass anything here. This will be my shadow paint. Let's make it multiply, just multiply. Sorry, what? And this has to be pointed to paint. Okay. Much nicer. Now it actually mutes the background. I would just transform this color into a different value. The color here is 7B. 20. So the accurate one should be 80. And B0. Now we have a realistic shadow. I mean, I literally stole this color from a photo I made. But this is not the only color we need, we also need the color for the ambient shadow. And I made this photo. So this is a regular shadow. And here we can see ambient shadow.
RTX enabled Automat.toy.
So this color here is, let me write it down. Let's pick this one here. This is the first component. Second. Oops. That was C9, CE, D6. Without any opacity now. So this is, apparently those colors match the kind of type of shadow that sun casts. Yeah, I'm willing to believe that. Yeah, and the crazy thing is Google developed this kind of shadow, this analytic shadow kind of computation technology for Android, like 10 years ago. But they decided not to go for material design, and it's kind of barely used. And even in Android, it wasn't really used to its full potential, because on Android you mostly had like what? Circles and flat rectangles. So I think this is like the... So this is the first instance of this library, this shadow casting library, that is actually being put to use, I think. This mean elevation. Maybe 1 millimeter would be better. Just fixed 1 millimeter.
Really cool. Have you experimented with parallax animations for scrolling? I think they could work pretty well if it's not done too much.
Yeah. So right now I have zoom under scroll. But from what I have seen, for instance, TL draw. I have to close this. So those are the kind of reference images. The equipment wasn't properly color calibrated, but results seem fine. TL draw.
For canvas movement, perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. That, yeah, could work. So right now, everything is stored flat, but I imagine if we have a window here, and there is some stuff like in the background, like that you can see through a window, there could be objects that have windows, right? Then absolutely, we could have a parallax effect here. One more thing, the height of the light. I think it could be not high. That should be plenty. I think this gives relatively sharp shadows here. Those mouse objects. I will have to either get rid of them or, I don't know, do something with them. Because they are unfinished. And frankly, I'm not sure if I want what kind of mouse control, how it should look. I'll have to think about this. Maybe 1 centimeter is slightly too much. Let's try 8 millimeters. the bugs never stop. Now we have some bug here. I mean, we had it for a long time. Yeah, and dragging off this object is totally messed up. So, we've added shadows today, but we also broke some stuff.
Great. I've been only breaking stuff today, lol.
You have to break stuff. You have to break some eggs to make an omelette. I think that's how it goes. Yeah, the shadow is very subtle. The objects don't move around. It gives the right kind of feedback. This is awful. But otherwise, I mean, it's not slow or anything. It's just it relies on global state. In terms of speed, it's super fast, probably. Maybe faster than a local approach would be. And all of this could actually be cached in a bitmap, but we will do this like much later. Somehow recomputing this for each object, every frame, seems fast enough still. In the draw shadow function, it was so poorly documented that I think the stuff we've done there was almost reverse engineering. We have shadows, and the message will be shadows. So theoretically, I could create like a warped canvas this way. I could, for example, say that For example, this point is the closest and the ones at the edges are either closer to me or farther away. Yeah. This is interesting. Okay, so what do we do next? I mean, we're not doing anything today. We'll just take a look at the roadmap. Shadows are done. Yeah, we'll fix macro recorder on Windows. That should be easy. An hour maybe. Okay, this is probably already fixed. Let me check. No, it's not, but it's going to be a super fast fix. Yeah, we are going into polish mode. Like really polishing stuff. One other annoying thing in macro recorder, and this may be a little bit more complex to fix, is the blinking connection here when I create a timeline. It's animated, its position animates as it moves to the target position. And as it animates, it draws this cycle, essentially. I see our old error that should have been fixed. Ah. Okay. Let's write it down as optimization is going to be fun. I have some ideas how to do this. I've been also thinking about how to make it multi-threaded, like proper multi-threaded. And I have some ideas about liberal use of C++ weak pointer and something like that. And shared pointer. Specifically that right now inside connection we are storing references to both of those objects, and we could actually turn this into weak references. And we would also put locks everywhere, almost everywhere. Connection would have mutex. Every location would have mutex. Locations would probably have mutexes. This kind of stuff. Lots of mutexes. But when we do that, then we don't need the main loop. So we have this queue here. If everything has proper kind of protections, then we don't really have to send cross-thread messages anywhere. We can, from the current thread, just block the object that we need currently. So when we draw stuff, we would first lock the root machine, get a list of objects, or maybe a list of connections as well, and then we would log first object, or we could even log all of them in parallel. And for each object we would render this object to a bitmap, grab its, I don't know, attachment points for connections, and everything could be done in parallel. So a rendering thread would actually fork, I don't know, 10 different threads on each frame. I mean, it wouldn't create new threads every frame. The threads would be just there waiting. But it would just send a bunch of messages, and each of the object would render itself kind of separately from each other. And then the rendering thread would aggregate all of those. It would essentially composite all of those layers. Yeah. And that would be the idea. That would be heavily multi-threaded. And if there is some processing, for example, some objects kind of computing stuff in a loop, let's say, highly active, if they are outside of the screen, then a rendering loop wouldn't even log them, because they would be kind of in the spatial index. We could introduce this spatial index. Yeah, they would be just off screen, so they would be executing at a full kind of speed, whatever the hardware allows. And only the stuff that you actually look at will be locked, and then the execution would be slightly slower, because when we lock the object to render it, it cannot execute. But even that would only apply to stateful objects. Stateless objects would, I mean, they could work without any locks whatsoever. So that could be insane. Insanely fast, I mean. That would even be faster than most interpreter loops, I think. It would still be a loop. It's just there is no instruction dispatch. each object is an instruction, kind of. Yeah, so cool stuff could happen, but any optimization we will do after we finish polishing the 1.0 release. Oh yeah, and we have to fix key presser dragging as well. Maybe we will start with that. It's funny because we are in this like almost endless loop of fixing stuff. When we fix one thing, another thing breaks. But we've added some very subtle things that actually are valuable, like shadows or persistent state. So it's, I think it's a good trade-off that some things may break. It's not the end of the world. Seriously, what's with those connections? So one simple thing we could do, if there is a connection and its target is on top of the object, we could not draw this line at all. Given some, I don't know, we will figure something out. Oh yeah, now it's gone. I have no idea what's up with that. Anyway, we will continue on Friday. Yeah. Until then, see ya.